Good afternoon, everyone, or whatever time it happens to be in your neck of the woods. I hope you're all having a great day today. I know I am. I am ready to finish off Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Not that I don't love Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I do. But we are not going to stop streaming until we have finished the 5th case. I know we've still got a little ways to go, so I don't know how long the stream's going to be. It's going to be pretty long. Probably the longest one we've ever done, I have a feeling. If everything holds up as it usually does, because we still have to do the day 3 investigation, which we're on right now. We're literally going to start. I think we started in Phoenix Wright's office, but we just kind of stopped everything. We just popped in and save it, we're out. And then we got to go through the trial, day 3 trial, which I know is going to be the longest trial day of any of the Phoenix Wright ones. So I don't know how long this is going to take, but we are going to press through nevertheless. Nevertheless, I am curious to see how this is going to end up. I still do not really know what exactly went down and why. I think day 3 is going to be very interesting in terms of figuring out everything there is to know. And then we've got some choices until early December when Cyberpunk 2077 comes out, because that's going to be the next big game that we'll stream on here. So in between today and Cyberpunk 2077 being released, we've got some leeway. We've got some interesting things that we can do. Several people have offered their opinions and what they'd like to see. I always take that into consideration. But of course, if there's any particular game that you'd like to see us stream here on the Worldcon 2021 channel, please let us know. Anyway, let's get right to it here. Let's see here. Where are you? I know I've shown you guys my folder of all the shortcuts for all the games I have on my PC. It's frankly ridiculous. And that doesn't count the Switch that I have over there. It doesn't count the PS4 Pro I've got right here. Soon to be, I'm going to be getting a PS5 whenever that's going to be a possibility, whenever that's going to happen, because it seems like every place puts out like 3 of them at certain times, and then they get snapped up in less than 10 seconds. I mean, unless I want to spend $800 on a PS5, because I have seen people mark them up on eBay and Craigslist and everything. I don't need it that badly. Like, I want one, but I'm not going to overpay to do that. In fact, I had a friend even call me because he knows that I'm a gamer, and he was like, hey, if you find a PS5, let me know. I'll give you my credit card info, and they even offered to give me like a finder's fee for it. And I was like, I don't have any other avenues that you don't have. I mean, like, I would look on Amazon and Walmart and all that, but who knows? I certainly do not have any down low way of getting that particular device, because frankly, if I was going to find one, I'd probably get one for myself. But nevertheless, all right, let's see here. It's time to object. Time to object. I did not object to him. I mean, I said, look, if I can find something, I'll let you know. But I'm not anticipating finding anything. All right, let's make sure we grab. Make sure we grab the game. Is it grabbing? There we go. There we go. All right, so what we're going to do here. So we'll do that. There we are. There we go. For some reason it dropped on my end. All right, so let's continue with day 3 investigations. I think we start literally in our office. Yes, February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Company Law Offices. Wright & Co. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Yes, right there. There he is. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, He left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with all those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. Woo! What? He tried to kill you? Holy smokes. That's no bueno. Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. Oh, wow, okay. I didn't see that one coming, neither did I. Well, looks like you got some things to talk about. Yeah, at least 2 things. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. Yes, we just said that, remember, the statutory limitation of evidence and blah, blah, blah was going to be 2 years ago? Yeah. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like... Wasn't that a report? Yes, it was in the report. Yes, exactly. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Well, it sounds like a crazy person ran in and brought out a knife and was screaming at you. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Yes, we've established that many times, Phoenix. Thank you. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then... What happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? Talk to me about this permanent picture real quick. We'll follow back. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. Well, good thing you didn't get killed. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. Is that why you decided to become a scientific investigatory person? I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. Why do I have a feeling you're going to be testifying about this pretty soon? 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Yeah, if I was 14, I'd be like, holy crap. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. Aha! I had a feeling. I wanted to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's a lot that bothers me about that crime. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? That's one of several questions I have, but yes, that's a very pertinent question. Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? That was another question I was going to have. Oh, there's no mystery there. Oh, okay. What, did they get him or something? Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Aha, okay. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. Yeah, who else is going to question him? The ice cream maker down the street? This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. What? She was the best in the entire force. What? That is news to me as well, Phoenix. Why? So she was a cop and then she became a prosecutor? What's the point of that? After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Really? That's a thing that happens. You know, you're a lieutenant in the police force and then you get transferred because it's all the same thing. You get transferred to the prosecutor's office. You become chief prosecutor. Look, I've seen Law and Order. I know how things work. Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Well, if you better have another talk with her, let's go have another talk with her then. In the detention center. February 24th, detention center, visitors room. There's only one visitor's room in the entire city, so let's hope no one else wants to visit. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs? Yeah, that's pretty unusual. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Well, let's... Detective Lana Sky. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. It's pretty dramatic posing right there. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. That also makes no sense. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now, you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes. So you could use that experience in court, right? Couldn't you just hang out? I mean, if you're a prosecutor, couldn't you hang out with the police and be like, "Hey, police, how do you investigate stuff?" You have to. I mean, if you're gonna do it, get paid, I suppose. But that just seems kind of odd, a little weird. Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. I think you probably should. But anyway, let's do a today's trial thing. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Ms. Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. Okay? I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. Dark investigation. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office and the same investigations. They even have the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. I love how everyone has, like, it's almost like everyone has, like, different costumes, you know what I mean? Like Detective Gumshoe, I could see, like, a detective wearing that, but everyone else has, like, a, you know, like, she's wearing a beret, Marshall's wearing some kind of Western outfit, and then Goodman's got some kind of, like, you know, old-timey noir detective thing going on. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. First one at sea. Wow, we're just revealing everything here, aren't we? Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guard down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Oh, snap. There's a knife in your back, sir. That probably doesn't look good. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Yeah, I only see 2 right here. Where's the 3rd body? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out. Oh, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seemed Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. Dramatic music. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, No, there's no. I don't buy it either, Phoenix. Yeah, I don't buy it either. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. That case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling agent. The ruling agent? The ruling agent. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live for the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I share. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Sorry, lady, just finished vacuuming? Unacceptable, Marchan. Vacuuming? Really? That's your excuse? That's your excuse? That's so horrible. Yeah. If you're gonna lie to me, at least come up with a good lie. I'm kidding, Marchan. It's totally cool. It's all good. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. That makes sense to me. Is there anything I can present to you that I think you would care about? Maybe the incident files? Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it. Okay, well, I guess she doesn't want to look at that then. So I guess we're gonna scoot right on over to the chief's place. February 24th, police station, criminal affairs department. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Okay. Right, we can come back here later. Well, let's go into... Oh, okay. Well, interesting. We can... So we got to go to the police... We can't get to the chief's office from that? Okay, that's weird. All right. Fine. I thought we could just... Apparently we can't. We have to go outside to go back inside, I guess. February 24th, Police Department entrance. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Yeah, but you still have a job after all that you've just admitted to at the trial? You're gonna be quiet for a little while. Did you give my summer sandals good cleaning so I can put them away for the winter? Ah, it is November 15th and all, yeah. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck would run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. Criminal Affairs isn't the police station or something. It's not? That makes no... Why would Criminal Affairs not be in the police department? That makes no sense. Why would you have it in a different building? Unless the police station is too small and they had to expand, which I could understand that, but they just have it random place like, yeah, we're going to put that over there, and we're going to put that about 30 minutes away over there, and we're going to put the jail over here. I mean, the jail I can understand. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. Hey, game logic? Exactly. Yeah, game logic. Look, this isn't how real trials go anyway. Even in Japan, it's not how real trials go. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. All right. Reveal everything. I got the looks, but he got the brains. Really? You guys look pretty similar. I gotta be honest with you. In fact, I would almost say you look exactly similar, except you have some stubble, and his hair is shorter. Apart from that, I'd say that's pretty... I think it's almost the same. I mean, you might be a little thinner, but not by much. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? Brother what? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Yeah, how was no one brought up the fact that there was a glove wedged in between the locker? Like, are we just chalking that up to, like, pure chance? Like, you would think someone would have had to deliberately open it, put a glove there, and then close it. Did Detective Goodman do that? Like, I still have a lot of questions. I have so many questions. Anyway, let's talk about the dark trial. Why not? Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Well, he's the only one who could open it, which means that's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that means that Goodman had to have opened it, put the glove there, and then close it. Jake could have done without that piece. Exactly, yeah. So why did Goodman deliberately, I mean, did Goodman do that because Goodman was in on it? So Goodman but like that, why wouldn't Goodman just take the evidence out himself? Like he would fix it so that Jake Marshall could go in dressed as Goodman. Like hopefully it gets resolved because I still have issues. A question? Yeah, I have lots of questions. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. Ooh, I mean, that is what that means. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. Scars. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Yeah, Goodman's dead. You got demoted. You got fired. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? They did something to him too. The commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant and Skye. Or more like maybe Skye and Gant. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There we go. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yep. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Cold and distant? Is that what everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentioned it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. No, you're probably gonna get fired, dude. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. And he walks off into the sunset. All right, well. So I have questions about whether Lana is a prosecutor without going to law school, or for some bizarre reason she went to law school but decided to become a detective. I think, just based on what I know, it sounds like she went to law school, but then afterward decided to become a detective to get even more knowledge. But then after that, then she got transferred to be chief. She wasn't even just like a normal low-level prosecutor. Like, you know, like you do when you start off. I mean, I've never been a prosecutor, but I would think you'd start off pretty low on the totem pole and have to work your way up. Nope, she went right to the tippy top. Started at the bottom, now we're here. Okay, well. Can we finally move inside? Wait, where are we? How is it? Wait, we can't. Criminal Affairs Department. We can't get to the. Is it in the other building completely? Is it in the prosecutor's office? That's where the chief of police doesn't even have his office in the police station? What? What? I guess we got to go this way to get Gant's office, which makes no sense. February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground, a parking lot. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. Got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I mean, the fact that trials only last one day and there's like, less than a day of evidence gathering. And I mean, the fact that trials can only last a total of 3 days and that's it. Then we gotta wrap this up, people. We gotta figure it out. Like that is a serious problem. I guess we'll go into the High Prosecutor's office. Are we gonna eventually find Gant's office doing this? I don't know, but we're gonna keep bouncing around until we find something. February 24th, High Prosecutor's office, room 1202. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? Ooh, that's the inquiry committee. Ooh, that is a mouthful. He took a real beating in court today. Yes, he did. He is probably going to get in some trouble as well. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Okay. Where can I go from that? The underground parking lot? All right, so how do we get to where we need to go here? I don't understand. Police department entrance? Criminal Affairs Department? Oh, there we go. Well, this is something at least now. February 24th, Police Station. Criminal Affairs Department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Oh, okay. Thanks. Oh, he actually talked to us. Well, I mean, we keep showing up, so I would assume we keep talking to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media at tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. Well, I wonder what, because this is translated from Japanese, I wonder what they decided. There was more chaos going on than what? Like, what constitutes two things that are chaotic put together in Japan? Like, there's more chaos going on than this Japanese holiday and that Japanese holiday put together. Although I know they do celebrate Christmas to a certain extent. Also Halloween in Japan. But with Christmas, there's no religious connotations to it. It's just it's kind of like Thanksgiving. It's like a secular holiday, so it's just sort of a you give gifts and it's fun, and Halloween is the same way too. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Oh, okay. Well, what? We were just here. What, you weren't talking to us before, and now you're going to talk to us? What is going on? Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Wow. That's the chief of detectives. He's not just a police officer. He's not just a detective. He's the chief of detectives. Unbelievable. Best police officers ever. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. So if I follow this right, the police and prosecutors are in different buildings, which implies there's some separation, but members of the police can also be made prosecutors or something. Yes. Yes, you have correctly identified how things work in the world of Phoenix Wright. Well, let's go to the chief's office. Wow. Okay. That is a very large Phantom of the Opera organ right there. That is That is impressive. I almost to the point where I feel he's compensating for something. Like he literally has a James Bond villain office. The telegraphing is so big on this. This is ridiculous. No one. Why would you even? Like, okay, even if you wanted a pipe organ, let's say you're insane and you really want a pipe organ like that. Why? I don't know, but I don't judge. Why would you have it in your office? Like, wouldn't you have it? Yeah, in case you didn't realize he was a villain, he has a pipe organ. Exactly, yeah. Like, I feel like they missed an opportunity for him to be playing it with his back turned to us. Why, why would you not have it in your home? You know, where you could play it to your heart's content when you're not at work. You know, supposed to be working. But you know what? We're not. We're just gonna move on. You know, 500-year-old pipe organ, completely modern-looking desk with glass and steel. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. What? Organ lessons in kindergarten? They used to call me Little Miss Bach. He enjoys terrorizing the people downstairs. Nice. I don't know why that was held for it. Maybe, because it had the word terrorize. Oh, I bet you. Because YouTube flagged that comment for review. Like, we had to approve it. I think it's the word terrorize. Wow, you can't say the word terror. I probably can't say the word terror right now because of all the crazy people. But we're not gonna inject politics into our Phoenix Wright case. I have a feeling that's probably why. Just to call me Little Miss Bach. Little Miss Bach. Well, you can see the picture up there of everybody when Neil Marshall got there. Oh, geez, I didn't realize there was something going on. Sorry, I didn't read what that said. I never could remember where C was. Oh, okay, so Lana decided to play the. Okay, sorry. Liam, what's going on? Good to see you. Oh, snap. Maybe he's really overly Christian religious because he's got the pipe organ. His tie looks like a cross. I mean, that pin with the pointy things going underneath. I don't know what that would be. But I mean, maybe that's the underlying current here. Maybe he's just like super Christian. I don't know. Oh, it's you two. Chief Kent. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. Alana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? I think it's showing a person with their hands upraised, like he's supposed to be God. But the things are pointing, but the points are pointing down. Like he's got the big tie thing, and then he's got the buttons on his double-breasted suit. Oh snap! Look at that. Look at the award that. Oh, look at that. I see two things. I see at least two things. One, the award that Neil got it looks like he has like a sword with the tip broken off. That's got to be important. And then look behind. Yeah, that was the second thing I saw. Look behind him. That's the pot, the vase, the whatever you want to call it, the weird thing. I could tell by the weird handle. The vase is exactly. I saw those both. So that's got, look, nothing's placed here by accident in these kind of games. So clearly something's going to come up. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Well, I saw two things not right with the picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Gantt team picture added to the court record. Aha! I had a feeling that was going to come into play. Think of it as head and arms in gold? Maybe. Oh, I see. So instead of, so I was looking at the negative, but you're looking at the positive part of it. So it'd be like, woo, like that. Okay. I get it. Yeah, see, I'm not looking, I'm looking at the negative part. I'm looking at it as more like a fork or something with two prongs on the end of it, rather than looking at someone with his hands up like that, or him or her, them. Got it. Now I can see it. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. So is this the part where we telling me to get the F out? I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. That stare. That's how I saw it too, but this makes me more with the cross in Oregon. Yeah, I mean, yeah, with the cross in the Oregon, like, I don't know if they're telegraphing that or not. I mean, maybe we're looking too much into it. I mean, I don't identify as Christian, but that is a pretty cool looking tie, I'm not gonna lie. I think the fact that he's wearing some purple spectacles makes it interesting too. Definitely has a very interesting outfit. But... Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. I mean, for one thing, it could just be it's his office. Get out. But I mean, yeah, we'll see. I'm not necessarily sure about that. I mean, like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. How do we get inside the chief's office? By the way, maybe we should take a look. Maybe our friend the Blue Badger will help us out. The Blue Badger is still writhing around today. Can you help us out, Blue Badger? Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing. Oh, yeah. Ooh, ah, ee, ooh, ah, ah. That's right. That is, the whole police department has been dancing about like crazy since the other day. I feel like is the flag different? I felt like the flag was a different color. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know. Did you just hiss at the mascot of the police department? Really? Now my phone is all wet because you hissed at the phone. Can I take out his batteries? Oh, it looks like Marchand and Emma have something in common. I just can't help but feel like he's going to do something naughty. I don't know how to respond to that. Anyway, okay, so can we... There's also some Zeus imagery going on with lightning bolt hair. That's true, yeah. So he does definitely have some kind of like a god complex kind of thing, yes. Although Zeus didn't wear purple spectacles. All right, let's see here. Criminal, can we go back that way and try and figure out a way to sneak in? Aha, there's another thing we can do here. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Oh, wow, you got demoted to office assistant person? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? Yeah, that's basically what it all boils down to. I falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has a whole world after his blood. Yikes. Can you maybe get us in there? I don't know. Edgeworth's crisis. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is a guilty party here, isn't she? Ooh, yeah, Emma didn't like that. Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth might crack. Well, that wouldn't be good. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? You mean the girl literally standing next to you? Mean. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. And what? Even if you didn't know who the girl was, why are you laughing at that? That is hilarious. Yeah. One of the prosecutors got murdered in his own office by a crazy person. Hilarious. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. It's a heavily stylized police badge? Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay. Well, I guess if you're the chief of police, you can design your own badge, I suppose. You know, if that's what you want to do. Well, what was it? Let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Okay, well, let's, yeah, I might as well just do that right now, I suppose. Oh, we can't. We have to go to present. Okay, never mind. Let's just go to Dark's crime then. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Okay, a businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on the way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident? An accident, yes. But it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed that accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came up on the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Jeemus, holy Lord. Yeah, I'd have to say that I mean, running into someone accidentally, I mean, that's horrible, but I mean, if your reaction is, well, everyone's got to die, then I would say you definitely probably have some problems going on. I mean, I wouldn't call that a serial killing necessarily. I can see the line of logic. It's not like he's randomly killing people. That doesn't absolve him of guilt, but I wouldn't necessarily call him a serial killer. It shows up in the second game. This was designed much later on, and they just put it. Oh, okay, yeah. I have played the second game, but I admit I don't remember what the police badge looked like from the second game as compared to the first one. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Oh, seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Well, then you wouldn't even have to prosecute him for that. For all, you could just prosecute him for that murder. There was a witness. End of story. Thanks for playing. Come back again. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, a.k.a. Emma. Okay, so now we can present. Doesn't read. Yeah, that does not look like that looks like a stylized button or like something like that. But yeah, okay. Let's see. Let's show him the murder weapon from the about this. Hey, is that It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. Of course you do. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before I forget again. Quick, talk to him. Murder weapon! This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints all over it, too. But no one actually witnessed him use it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. Yeah, you don't need Scooby-Doo to solve that mystery, Detective. Yeah. You know, Emma, yes, Emma, thanks, Emma. Thank you for pointing that out. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the heart, died from... Excuse me. Oh my gosh, I just choked on air right there. Holy Lord. Let's see here. A knife tip was in the wound. I want to look at something because I noticed something too when I would... Hold on. We'll wait till we're done. The broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to murderer Joe Dark's switchblade knife updated. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? Yeah, we already have one. But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It would... Emma! Shut your mouth! No, don't tell him that. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh, okay. Never mind. All right. Crap. Oh. So in other words, gumshoe was our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. I don't know if we have anything that would make him change his mind. This is what I wanted to look at. Okay, yeah, I was right. Okay, I don't know if this is going to factor into it, but you know, when I noticed that the award had a sword, I guess I don't know what we would call it, sword and shield, I would guess. I couldn't help but notice that the tip of that sword has also been cut off as well. And seeing as how the sword is not part of the shield thing anymore with the award, I'm wondering if maybe that was the murder weapon. I don't know if it has anything to do with it or not, but it just something I noticed. And also that's so that's supposed to be 3 stylized police badges. Like, is that supposed to be like a person holding their hands up like, I don't shoot, that kind of thing? That's a little creepy, I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, I noticed that. I don't know if that's going to be factored in or not, but might be. We shall see. Anything we can show him? I don't know. We haven't really gotten much of anything. The photo? Probably not. Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Sheesh. right, I don't know that we have anything that we can present to him that would make him change his mind about Chief Gant. So I guess we're going to have to move on and hopefully come up with something else along the way. Can we talk to her? Nope. Thanks for just sticking around, though, Lana. I appreciate it. Uh-oh. Are we back in the weird part where we don't know what's going on? High Prosecutor's Office. Is he back? Aha! Edgeworth's back. Edgeworth's back. Back. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office. The High Prosecutor. That sounds so British. I don't think that's what they call prosecutors. But the High Prosecutor's Office. Room 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. How did we not see him? What are you doing here? You sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Forged evidence? There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a forged evidence. Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Tomorrow's trial. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seemed strange about it. Yes, there were two things strange about it. The day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Ah, the screwdriver. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Can we show him this and say why the sword is missing? This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that's bothering me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, it is. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember it now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. Really? Until just 2 years ago. What an amazing coincidence. But I wouldn't know anything about that. There's a story behind this design. It's like a sword and shield thing kind of thing. But they're broken because reasons? I don't know. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Talk about King of Prosecutors trophy? This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first meaning halberd, and the second meaning shield. Have you heard the story? I have not, as I have learned a little Japanese in school. I took a semester of it for fun, but I did not take any Chinese. It's on my list. I would love to learn Chinese. I hear it's very fascinating. Anyway. Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why do you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Why are we playing the cross-examination music? Are we gonna... Objection! Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Apparently that's right. Those claims contradict each other. I didn't think we were actually going to do that. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Of course. Of course we have. Of course we have. Because, like, everyone in America knows ancient Chinese stories, right? That's, come on. Anyways, you mentioned the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. 2 years ago, the halberd was moved against behest, giving it its current form. Aha! Really? Well, then. Well, we've definitely learned something. Can I present anything else? Like maybe this file? Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. Don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner. Whose side are you on, anyway? If I just show my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of it. Maybe this? Neil's autopsy report? Okay, so not that. My best evidence? What about the unstable jar? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe, oh, snap. That's what I need to show. I bet you it's what I need to show Gumshoe. Because, look, the picture of the thing here is here. I bet you that's what it is. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's go back to, we gotta go all the way out, Underground Park. Oh, never mind. We're gonna talk to someone here. February 24th, Prosecutor's Office, Underground Parking Lot. We're gonna talk to, Angel Star. Excuse me. Aha. Would either of you care for a 1/4 pound of roast beef? Miss Starr, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucks a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Let's talk about roast beef. Nope, just to Drake, the Dark investigation. Joe Doc, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Half a year? And in the end, you didn't catch him because he turned himself in. So what kind of a prosecutor are you? Not prosecutor, detective. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Okay. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. I mean, because of his brother's death. They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? I mean, it's Lana Skye, I would assume. Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led to that legendary duo. Your sandals are as clean as you're gonna get them? All right. Good to know. Lana and Chief Gant. Let's talk about the legendary duo. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He had produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence. I see. You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she'd lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr, that's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? After case closed. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dog got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have any proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office. Oh, sorry. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? How many times do I have to say that? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. For what, world domination? The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Can you look at this, maybe? I don't have anything else to tell you. Miss Starr. The only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set. Talk about cheap. Eat this, and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. All right. Well, let's, I forget now where we're moving to now. I think we're trying to find, we go to the detention center and confront, can we talk to you? No? Can we present this photo? Nope, apparently not. She doesn't care about the photo. Okay. Oh, duh, I know where we need to go. We need to go to, where Gumshoe is. We need to find where Gumshoe be located. He's in the Criminal Affairs Department. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? Desk jockey, I'm thinking. If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. You'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Is it this? About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? It's right there. Wait, did we not just... He just alluded to the fact that it was in the chief's... What the heck is going on? I thought that was going to be it. That's not it? All right, what else can I present to him? Not that. Blah-diddy, blah-diddy, blah, blah-da-da, blah. What could I show him? Nope. Oh, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. I think I know what it... There was, remember, he brought up that in the prosecutor's office. Hold on, we gotta... Underground parking lot. There was that piece of paper. Adoy. I totally forgot about that. What is this? Wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. I was like, wait a minute. It was that piece of paper they brought up before. I totally forgot about that. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh, no. He's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Wow. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, we have to do something. Phoenix is such a terrible actor. He is. He's like, oh no, he's falling out the window. You should check that out. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for... Aha! That would definitely... Yeah, that would work with Gumshoe. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Now we got the thing we needed. I definitely... Gumshoe will freak out about that. So, back to the underground parking lot. Back to the police department entrance. Back to the criminal affairs department. And now we present the letter of resignation, which will freak Gumshoe out, I bet, big time. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusts us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. All right, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. This should be able to get us into the evidence room too, right? Because we have a... I don't think we need to go to the evidence room, but... just in case. The chief's office. February 24th, police department. Chief's office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Bazinga! We're in. Also, a suit of armor in the corner. You know, for parties. We're in! If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Wah! Did she smack him? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried. Something might go wrong. So I came too. Well, if you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. Apparently we are. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I got a bad feeling about this. Star Wars. All right, let's start doing some examinationing. Oh, okay, let's look at the safe. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered into this panel to open it. A seven-digit number. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. I have a hunch as well. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's not your birthday. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. I think I know what it is. I think it's all those sevens. It's the only number that we have that we don't have any explanation for. Which would then probably confirm that 7 sevens is Gant's ID number. Prove me right, game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boom! Code confirmed. I had a feeling. Oh, look at that. Things are moving. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777-7777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777-7777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. Okay, I'm just doing sevens. It's going to mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? I guess we should look inside, I suppose. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a what? It's the final piece of the cup. That's pretty incriminating. A shot from a broken cup. Somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here, too. Handprint? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. Ooh, I bet you we're going to be testing for fingerprints. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Well, let's... Can we add the piece? Apparently not. Apparently we can't add the piece. Oh, do I have to show him? Hold on. Do I have to present him with the pot again so then he'll give me the piece? Let's try that. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? Look at this jar! I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. What's this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Leave them be. No, we're not going to assemble fragments. Why would we possibly want to do that? Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. All right. Is that it? Booyah! There. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Yeah, it's got like a zigzaggy thing on there. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar updated in the court record. Evidence, final fragment found in Chief Gant's office. Blood traces. We'll examine it in just a second. Let's take a look at some other stuff in here. Does this have anything to do with anything? Ooh, excuse me. This is a real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor? Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh. Be careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Can we look at his desk? Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Okay, I thought the other desk was his desk. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Ooh, let's take a look. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, Detective, what did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally, they're twice as long. That's right. I guess it wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence, just like Edgeworth has. Oh, in case you couldn't remember. The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. Aha. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. The list of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. So I would guess at some point during the trial, we're going to combine both lists. Can we slide over? Whose desk is this? I thought this was the chief's desk. Whose desk is this? Ah, okay. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They're where the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? The shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Can we look at her desk? No. Can we look at that? No. We can look outside. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. What? This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Really? Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. I guess we can look at the organ. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally, we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When the detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detectives can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally. Aren't the chief's ears affected? This game is reigniting my appreciation for Gumshoe. Yeah, he's kind of like a laughable, dopey kind of guy. He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. All right, look at the desk again. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of the list. What would this list be doing here? We better look a little more into this list. All right, well, can we examine the list? Check the list. Oh, look at that. What is this? This looks like the drawing that Emma did. I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why would you keep quiet about it? Oh, Phoenix Wright, you're the worst. Phoenix Wright, you are the worst. Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright? You better not forget about this picture. Can I check this? Neil Marshall. 27, date and time of death, February 19th, between 7 and 7:30. That's as close as you can get when there was a witness right there and someone ran out. You should know, like, down to the minute exactly when he got killed. I mean, maybe within 5 minutes. Single stab wound, piercing heart and lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Missing the tip. Okay, so we read that. Can we check this for any particular reason? Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line. That is odd. That is very odd, yes. Oh, we can look at that? Okay. Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Yeah, what is the point of a bottomless jar? I don't understand it. Anything else we should look at that we've gotten that's new? Not really. I don't think so. I don't think so. Have we found everything in here? Can we look through that window? I don't... You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop from that side, I guess I don't really find out. First, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh, stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Oh, let's see here. Nothing there, nothing. I think we've seen everything there is to see in here. Is there anything more that we can do? No, I don't think that. Oh, duh. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going through in my mind. Hadoy. We got to examine that piece of cloth. Where's that piece of cloth, though? Cha-cha, exactly. Cha-cha, real smooth. Wait a minute, where's that cloth? Do I have to talk to Gumshoe about it? Oh, right, the chief. Oh, we can talk to him about stuff. Okay, that's cool. Chief's office. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. Okay. Oh, I see. So ever since Lana left, no one's ever touched that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Chief Gant. Can I ask you something? Oh, sorry. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh, what is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? I've thought that since, like, 2 sessions ago. What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Wait, I didn't get that, Do I have to present him with my fingerprint stuff? Because there's a handprint there. Clearly we gotta do some fingerprinting. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. I know what that is, so you wanted to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. All right, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Oh, I'm sorry. I said that incorrectly. Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? All right. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I'm gonna have to be told a million times. All right, let's get this over with. Dust. Oh, okay, we're just going with that. Okay, I think let's try one of the other fingerprints. Okay, let's move on to a different finger. Let's start with the index finger. And dust. Dust. Make it real nice like powder white. Should get a good print from this. Dust. And ooh, that's I gave it my best shot. The kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? No, it will not. It doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. All right, let's try the middle finger. And dust. Dusting all the stuff, cause that's what we dust. We do the dusting today. All right, I think this should give us a pretty good print, is what I think. And let's blow. Ooh, there we go. That's a nice one. All right, so what does it look like here? So we're looking for a fingerprint that's got like a little hoop in the middle and then like a fish hook. Our new dust song is delightful. Yes. Let's see, fish hook and hoop. Oh, there it is. What? I didn't. What's this gumshoe's job? Apparently, in this universe, they don't dust for fingerprints. They're not exactly that sophisticated. It's Emma Sky's fingerprint? What? Comparison complete. Match found. What are your fingerprints doing on this? No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Yeah, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Oh, there we go. Okay. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But sir. Now get out. Ooh, that is some evil-looking looks. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way to that. Wait, you, the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright. Reminder that this dude is a villain. I mean, totally. Look, pal, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Oh, we're just going right to talk to Lana. Okay. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Keeping quiet. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, with whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? Well, this is pretty obvious. The one I'm supposed to be so frightened of. What is this person's name? Hadoy. Clearly it's Damon Gant. Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Well, how about that cup? I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? I think we're about to find out. Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Really? Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect him to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders? Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Orders! Order! Order! Although I can't tell you the details, why not? I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for your bandage on your right hand? Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? Dark's knife. It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intention was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card. It seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial is only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. What went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. Finally, we're getting to the trial. Holy smokes. It took 2 hours, so who knows how long the trial's gonna last. But we ain't stopping until we're done with this trial, yo. Save for progress? Yeah, I think it's probably smart. I think that's the smart idea. February 25th, 9:47 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby. Number 2. This is the defendant lobby, all right. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Aha! Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's what I came here to hear what you have to say. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. truth? Everything goes back to the S Online incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. BDDDDD. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is where the prosecution puts forth its opening statements. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Bet he does. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my own work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? I love how he just kind of waits. Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Oh, Lana! Is she having her hand behind her back like that? You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, Actually love when Edgeworth conspires with Phoenix? Yeah, exactly. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Ms. Emma Skye. I request the court hear her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Ms. Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, It would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's all right, okay with you, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Ms. Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember the trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. All right. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Did you actually see that, though? It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Wait a minute. Didn't Lana Skye just say that she dismissed us as an attorney? Does that mean that we're still going to attorney it up anyway? That does not make any sense. All right, let's see here. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife. I think this might be the thing. That must have been a real shock. Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Phoenix is too stubborn to give up? Apparently. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay, so let's press on everything then. Waiting in my sister's office that day. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they share the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye in Gant's office. was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. Yes, let's hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture that we already have, that we know we have. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. The list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. All right. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. It's not lost! You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm just not imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man raised up and... No, let's go back. Drew a picture. It seems to have been lost. It's not lost. Whew, I've had my earphones on forever. Let's see here. It is actually... Let's make sure this is the right thing here. Rotate. Yes, this is it. The picture. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. I mean, she's 17, it's not like a little girl. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Triple gavel? Nope, just one gavel. Order! Order! Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? You even have to ask. How did you not see something was drawn on the back of that piece of paper? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Oh, yeah. Hoo-ha, do ba da bee, ba beep, beep, snurp. That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper? Evidence list restored and updated in the courtroom. List of evidence. Half the list was found against desk. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Okay. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, yeah, I don't see any real big contradictions either. Sorry, something popped up here. Let's see here. Let's take a look here. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of light was so bright, all I could see were shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Does it? Let's see. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course. This is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out. He might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Well, usually when they ask things like that, the answer is yes. Huh? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. All right, what's the contradiction? Hold on, let me look at the... Wait, can I... Will they show me the picture? Yeah, so if I remember correctly, we're talking about when Neil Marshall was killed. They found the tip of the knife inside his body. But if you look at the way the knife is right there, the knife looks like the tip's already been broken off. It looks just like a stick or something like that. So if that's the case, then where's the tip of the knife? That's got to be the contradiction. I just don't know what to prove on that, though. The autopsy report? Yeah, knife tip was in the wound. This I think this. Let me just make sure it's just all on one. Yeah, weapon found in wound was missing tip. So how can the tip be missing already if he hasn't stabbed him yet? I think that's it. Yep, that's it. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. I'm trying to put it together. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us? What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? The tip. Take that! The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife. Take a look at this knife. Look at this knife. Look at this knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too, yes, but the tip was broken off inside of Neil Marshall. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Oh! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Well, then the tip wouldn't have been broken. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believed you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Have to pay attention to something else, but I see you're getting near the end. It looks like we're getting kind of close to the end here. Yeah. But we haven't gotten... I'm certain Gant is the real murderer, but we haven't even gotten to the actual murder yet. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. Triple gavel. Order. 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Hyper Awareness's channel. How's it going? Good to see you. We are nearing the end of this case, actually, so you've come at a very crucial time. Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the evidence. The evidence? The evidence. I mean, we'll go over the evidence, of course. Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. That's all true so far. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. Also true. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. Indeed. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? I mean, there's got to be another one. It's the only other explanation. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error. Mr. Wright, in that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Well, the real murder weapon, the only other thing that's broken is that right there. But do I show the trophy or do I show the picture? I don't know. I mean, we're so high in that it's not really going to necessarily matter. So, if we got a 50-50 shot at this, I mean, the King of Prosecutors trophy. I mean, it could be the King of Prosecutors trophy, and they're like, but there's nothing there, and then he'd be like, oh, present this evidence. There was. So let's try the trophy first. Let's see if that's it. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. May I remind you that the fate of Miss Lana Sky hangs in the balcony. Okay, so that was the wrong one then. Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. The murder weapon was already broken. There's only one way. Here's the real murder weapon. Okay, so it's got to be the picture then. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. See, I wasn't sure if I should show the trophy first and then use the picture to prove that there was a thing there. I wasn't sure if it was one or the other. Same here. I completed this case time ago. I played Phoenix Wright. I played this a long, long time ago, and I don't remember this case at all. I don't remember doing this case. I remember playing this case without this case added onto it. So this is all completely new to me, this fifth case. The other cases, I had like vagaries. Like I kind of remembered, you know, how the story was going to go, but the specifics, it was a long time ago. This, I am completely in the dark. So this is all brand new to me. Right here inside this picture, yes. This is a picture of the award. Yes, he figured it out, which we figured out as soon as we saw the picture. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. Look at this award he's holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Triple gavel? Ooh, it's a triple gavel. Order, order, order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutor Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Ooh. Triple gavel. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Wait, she came up with the mascot for the police department 2 years ago? I call shenanigans. What is going on here? Oh, yeah. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. Okay, so it's got to be what? Is it... I'm turning my head, right? Is it like that? Ooh. Oh, dear God, that theme. My nemesis. Everyone loves this theme so much. I'm trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. I have no idea why she would try to ever forget something like this. Ding. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Aha! So this is the part where we need to press them. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. I should say so. It should be very interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. You are correct on that. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop. Please don't pursue this any further. Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. I guess that's one way to put it, I suppose. Sure, why not? Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. All right, so what are we looking at here? How did she see the blue badger? That's clearly what we need to talk about here. When I saw that man raise his knife, I guess we'll press everything to be safe. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. Power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office report. So then I panicked and rushed toward both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me out, all I could think of was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. This is the part that makes no sense to me. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought this up this hideous beast. This hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised, too, when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation. If so, by all means, please tell us what this shadow really is. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? I guess I know. I think I know. I don't know. I'm gonna say I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! Something that was in the room? In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. You remember so well, oh so well. Oh, you alluded to this at the beginning of the trial. So it means I think I know as well. So it's gotta be this, right? So if I rotate it a certain way or something? Oh, look at that. It does kind of... Oh, look at that. It does have like a triple horn kind of situation going on there. But I'd have to make it look kind of like... There, now it looks kind of blue badger. It's got the 2 horns on the side and the whatever. Okay, so that's... Okay. So I know you didn't mean to give it away, Marchan, because I was like, what in the hell? Okay, so it's got to be this thing. The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this. But that's... What exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? We've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. So we need... Oh, yeah, that music. All right, so we got to rotate it. So we got to rotate it around. Okay, rotate it this way. Like, oh no, it's got to have a thing on top. Never mind, it's got to have save first. I don't think I can save. I'm kind of stuck in here. Can I get to options? I can't even get to options, so I've got to... I don't think I have to nail this in one. If I get it wrong, then I can, you know... I'll save after the fact. No, it's got to have a thing on top. So it's got to be this part of it that's on top. Or like this. Oh, there we go. Now we've got... No, we got it backward again. Took me hours to rotate this horrible draw to be at the right angle? Really? Hours, you say? Let's see if I can beat that time. All right, so we got the 2 horns there, but we need the horn on top, too. So if we do that... Even me and my friends rotated for me and they couldn't do it? Okay. Let's see here. It's so weird because it just looks like this way is clearly the better looking Blue Badger-like thing. I'm not joking, it was not working for me. Well, maybe they fixed it because this is the remake for PC, so maybe they made it easier. Message deleted by the Google moderator team. Marchan, you're my moderator and you're using foul language? Marchan. Marchan. I can't even approve that. It's just automatically gone. I can't even... What did you say? Hopefully you're still here. You didn't get bounced out, did you? Why did that comment get deleted? I don't know, but the Google moderator team did. Okay, so... Unless this is the horn right here, and it's like this. That might be... We might be talking... Now we might be talking. Like that. Let's see if this is it. This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the Badger. Okay, so let's save then. The comment that got deleted was the one you just read out loud. I even made my friends rotate it and they couldn't do it. Huh. Okay. Allow me to remind the defense case hinges on the witness's drawing. Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew. We cannot accept his claim. Okay, well, let's take a look and see what it actually looks like. Yeah, so it's got to be... Well, it almost looks like there's a little thing on the bottom right there, too. I don't know if that's necessarily playing into it, but I might give it a try just in case. So we need to have the 2 horns sticking out on the side, 1 on the top, and maybe something sticking out on the bottom. I'm not entirely sure, but anyway. Got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more or horizontally. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. Got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Maybe I'm thinking of it backward. Maybe I gotta think of it like that. Aha! Maybe that's it. And then we rotate. Deep, beady, deep, burn, burn, burn. See, if I rotate it this way, then there's no third horn. Unless, like, that becomes the third horn right there, and it looks like that. Like that. Then you've got the thing on top, which is the back, and then the two sides. Muted the music for the sake of my sanity? Okay, I'll let you know when we're done. You know what? I'm not going to... Look, since we know it's right, I'm going to... Actually, no, I'm not going to look it up. I was about to say I'm going to look it up, but no, I'm not going to look it up. I wonder if it's something like this. I thought it was going to be... I thought that's got... Okay, and then I'm going to look it up then. Hold on, never mind. We're going to look it up. We're not going to waste hours trying to find this. Walk through... Okay, all right. I'm not going to look at anything else. I just want to look at this. So we're on Rise from the Ashes. We're on day 4, trial. Suffer as I did? No, I'm not suffering. No, nonsense. Nonsense and fiddle-dee-dee to that, says I. Let's see here. Okay, so day 4, trial. We haven't gotten to the break in the trial. I guess I figured it was going to be a break. So trial former. Okay. Emma's recollection with Southern there. Aha. Okay. I've got a picture of what it's supposed to look like. Okay, so actually I was pretty close on that last one. So I've got to turn it so that it looks like the narrow part is up, causing that third horn, and then the other 2 horns are out on the side, and then that's okay. So I've got to make it so that, and then the big opening. Okay, I got it. Okay, I think we got it now. Okay, so let's barrel through all this. Yeah, you objected last time. Yeah, come on, you can do it. Got to show them the correct angle. Okay, so it's got to be like this. But then rotated like this. There we go. So like this. So I was pretty close on my second attempt, but it's not. It's got to be what, perfect? I thought maybe my keyboard might be a little bit better, but no. So it's got to be so that the lip of the bottom of it is matching that. So I mean that's pretty close right there. They've got to. Okay, so that's almost the same picture. This has got to be it. What? That's the picture though that I just saw. All right, hold on. All right, let's do this again. Rotate it around. Yeah, like this. This is... I mean, this is pretty freaking close. I mean, I'm looking at the way it's supposed to be here. Oh, let me bring up... the bottom of the jar. I'm reading from the walkthrough itself here, which I'm not looking at anything else. I'm just looking at this part. The bottom of the jar, the small side, has to become the top ball on the badger's head. The 2 handles go on either side of it. The top hole in the bigger end should be pointing toward you and downward. If you see the resemblance, present it to the court. Okay. Okay. I mean, how is this not it? That's gotta be it. Oh, what are you talking about? All right, come on. It has to be 100% accurate. The controls are so finicky. Apparently, yeah. Apparently, it has to be completely accurate. All right, what about this? There we go. We got it finally. Holy Lord. Okay. Whew. I was like, it's got to be, like, pretty close to that. Okay, so we got it finally. Well, is this a miracle or what? All right, you can bring the audio back up now. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. No. It can't be. Triple gavel. Order. Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. What does this prove, though? Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? That was the question. What's your point? Big deal. You proved that it, whatever. Now, does it mean that, wasn't it the chief that came up with the idea? What do you mean? So that Badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. You spend hours on that? Oh my gosh, Marchan. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well, then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? What's different now? Is it the murderer? The murderer, I guess. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gantz. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. Oh, that means the body got moved, yeah. Yeah, trying to deal with the DS was the most painful thing? Apparently. I'm glad I didn't have to go through that when I played this game. Back in like 2000 and, I don't know, 2002? 2000? No, actually, no, I played it. Never mind. I don't even remember when I played it. We had this discussion before. I don't remember. But it was forever ago. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gantz's office. That's true, yeah. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gantz's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. Have you? So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said that she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? The knife? That would have to have been the impact of the... Oh, yeah. That would have been the other thing. Would have made much more sense. The impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to the picture. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, It would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, that would mean that Emma Skye is the murderer of Neil Marshall. Not intentionally, but she murdered him. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Yup. That's a long no. I'm not going to yell that. And she fainted. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. Dun 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 is right. This is unprecedented. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. I don't understand. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Killed Neil. Ooh, that's a tough one to say. Killed Neil. Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove. We do have evidence, though. That's the thing. We have that handprint with the fingerprint. But we do. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. Does it exist? I don't. I mean, could it? I mean, I guess it could. I guess they're implying it all, and they're heavily implying it. I'm going to say it probably does exist. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us a piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Oh, good lord. All right, well, what could it be? All right. Her. Get out of there. Fly. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be there. We dusted that for fingerprints. I mean, that doesn't tell us anything right there. The autopsy report won't. The SL9 incident files won't. Security videos for a completely different related incident. Marshall's fingerprints, no. Well, there is the jar that did have that line on it. Can we look at that again? The dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragment found in Chief Gant's office still has lines remaining on it. Okay. Maybe this is it? This is the message left by the deceased. Because it would make sense, because if he's right there and he smashed into it, it would be that would be the only thing that would be there, I suppose. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. Oh, okay. Interesting. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Right, that kind of, there's like a slash and then a sticky up point. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Ooh, you wiped the blood away, did you, Lana? Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Sure, that's what we're saying. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. Ooh, Lana is not liking this. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Well, if it's, I mean, this definitely looks like an A right here. I could see, so I guess it would be Emma. But I mean, Emma has 2 M's. Oh no, Emma only has 1 M. Oh snap. Well then I think we got it then. So that would be an up and so that would be an M. So if that's an A, I mean that looks like, so that's an M. So then okay, so this would be the middle. Okay, so I think we got it. Okay. I think we got it. Okay, so that's just gonna leave there. So here to here, here to here, and then do we go point by point, or do we just? Okay, they let us do this. Okay, I think we got this. Yeah, there we go. So it says Emma. Okay. Ooh, that's rough, but I mean that makes perfect sense. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Well, It does make sense, yes. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Exactly. Not the reasons for... Exactly, yeah. She didn't do it on purpose, but she did kill him. See, Worthy, can't say I didn't warn you. I had a feeling I knew who that was by Worthy. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Ouch. But I thought he did murder all those people. I thought he murdered that. I thought he like ran over the jogger and then he killed someone who saw him do that. I mean, I wouldn't call him a serial murderer, but I would call him a murderer. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Holy smokes. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? He might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 We're not having any ordering. Okay. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. I had to feel okay. So now we're on the tail end of the trial now. Holy Lord, this is getting crazy. It's crazy. Holy Lord, I don't know what's gonna happen. All right, second half of the trial. Let's do it. February 25th, 1206, District Court, Defendant Lobby. And number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. I think you are, yeah. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Just random gumshoe. Oh, wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Oh, look at this. I'm watching I have in the background also on my iPad the Cleveland Browns game, which is quite amazing. And I believe they just won, so to that. You got a lot of nerve, pal, making the detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Didn't we say this already? Didn't we do all this already? I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. How is he not fired? He was fired, but like he said all those words the last time he did all this. That was some poor writing on his part. Yeah. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Evidence law? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Okay, so. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. Message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. From Ms. Skye explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Gumshoe's tough as nails, I guess. Or maybe he's just so clueless that it just goes right over his head. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. Not necessarily. We're going to do this real quick. Yes, Skidoosh. Pardon me, I apologize. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown against me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. That's true, yes. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's all been ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death? And you're telling me you're now, and let's try that again. And now you're telling me you want to do more? There we go. Come on. You gotta be kidding, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. That's right. Edgeworth and I are going to work together to bring down the chief of police. At least I think that's what we're going with here. That's what we're going with here, right? We're all in agreement here. We're taking down the chief of police, and Edgeworth and Phoenix are going to do it together. That sure seems like how we're going on here. February 25th, 1252, District Court, courtroom number 9. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. You know, in most trials, the defense can call witnesses too. This isn't some kind of random, crazy nonsense. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Well, we have only one witness to bring out. Then it's settled. Actually, it's not settled. Hold on. Why are you... Who is trip-trapping on my... I apologize. Someone is texting me. I just need to see who it is. Just make sure it's not something important. Not that this is not important either. Okay, nothing that crazy. Okay. Nothing that cray-cray. Okay. I can talk to them after we're done with the trial of Phoenix Wright. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. You call the wrong witness. This trial is as good as over. Well, there's only one person we're obviously going to call. The defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. That's right. The real murderer, Mike Meekins. That's right, Mike Meekins. That shady mofo. Everyone knows it. Just look at him. Look at that shady face. Clearly he is the mastermind of this entire operation. Let's call forth Mike Meekins. It's clearly, obviously. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir? Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. That makes no sense. What if the chief of police goes crazy and becomes a murderer? Like right now. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. So after saying he doesn't have to testify, he then proceeds to testify. Okay. SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. That's awfully vague. We maybe need to talk about that a little bit, huh? When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. Oh, snap. When Emma set Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. All right, then. Let's hit him hard and fast by pressing him on everything. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yeah, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Doc and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right. But Doc made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. Well, the elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. You hear this guy talking? That's not funny. No, it is not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better be off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? I would guess it would be. Would it be the handprint, or would it be the not the handprint, but the piece of pottery, or the piece of the thing, or it could be the or the evidence list. It could be even the evidence list that we found in his desk. Lana did admit to forging evidence. That can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay, somebody got to link Gant to the incident. So I would say the okay, so let's go there. Nope. That to make a long story short, we slipped up. Line there. She already arranged crimes. So you can see it had nothing to do with the forgery. I'm gonna say the jar, because if you had nothing to do with it, then why is that shard of the jar in your safe? What are you doing with that? Got it. Yes. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier, the evidence list would have been qualified as well, was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Hub. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so also. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and to their relation to the forgery that took place at the scene of the crime. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence and forgery. Let's see. What was it now? A jaw fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they're found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. There's no way, is there, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Ooh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make that same mistake again. Oh, snapperoo. Let's see here. My apologies, Chief. I was trying to think what we're going to be. But would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Udgy. In return, though, I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Evidence and forgery. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Well, we didn't. I'd appreciate it if you stopped making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes. If they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. They're going to have a quick wrestle in the swimming pool? Apparently, yeah. Apparently that's what they're going to do. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Doc was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open then. Ajit, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Anyone's accomplice? Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. You're tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? I mean, his accomplice would have been Lana, I suppose. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of would have been Lana because... Oh, that's right, because we talked to Angel Stark, because Angel said that if Gant put Lana Skye into the Chief Prosecutor's office, he would control everything. Because Lana would feel indebted to Gant for getting her into the Chief Prosecutor's office. So then, he does have an accomplice. True, you might not have helped anyone for their sake, but if it would have benefited you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the Chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Lana Skye, age 29, the defendant and Chief Prosecutor for the district. Wounded on her right hand. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events, like Lemony Snicket. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged his job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet isn't someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. That's true. Judge does an oddball, and I love it. I know, right? He's like ridiculous. He's ridiculous. Without that beard, he looks almost like Professor X. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up for his involvement. Wow. Wow. What? I mean, we figured that out, like, how long ago? Triple gavel. Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's it. Impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. What would it be? No. Autopsy report, no. Goodman's note. I mean, that doesn't prove that it's... That proves that Goodman's connected to the SL9 incident, but doesn't prove that. Muffler of the parking lot, no. Crime photo, that would, no. ID, wait a minute. I don't know if that proves anything, but it's something there, because that's, I mean, clearly we've been able to figure out that that is Chief Gant's ID number. So it proves that he did go into the evidence room. I don't know, though. I mean, it's evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back. That's not from the SL9 incident. That's from the AI-16 incident. Let's roll the dice on this. I'm not exactly 100% sure on this, but I think maybe. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine. The owner. There's one ID list on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, look at that. Oh, we're getting to him now. We're getting to him now. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Yes, satisfying when he loses composure? I know, right? Because we're getting to him. Detective Goodman wouldn't happen to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Would that be the lost item report? I mean, he didn't finish it, though. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. Would it be this? Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Okay, they were right. But if we were accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to have given that report to the chief of police. Yet you were in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. That was why I was like, I don't know. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes. To transfer the new evidence. Oh, that's right. He would have had to have transfer the evidence out. So if he lost it, he would have had to have just said, I need a new ID card. I didn't even think of that. That's right. Oh, yeah, I completely remember that one. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Whoa, look at that! He went Super Saiyan for a second. Look at that. You see that? Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana Skye at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Wait. The Blue Badger panel? Because they said they did move it back. Well, I see. Maybe I'll use this later to move your dead body, Mr. Wright. Huh? Yeah, I didn't think so. I thought it was worth a shot. And I'll help you dispose of it. Chief Gant stayed at the PD and Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office. That leaves only one possible way he could have moved the body. And the problem is, how did he get him to do it? Maybe that piece of evidence really did have something to do with this case. I'll ask you again, Mr. Wright. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim by Chief Gant used this. I'm not entirely certain. All right, so let's see. So it wasn't. I thought for some reason the way they said that, I thought it was the blue badger. Evidence from past case of Edgeworth Brockback was off against request. I don't know how that would do anything. The ticket? Record of parking but how did he, I mean, are we just trying to figure out how it went from the police station to the parking lot? Or are we trying to find out how it got from the evidence room to Edgeworth's car? I am not 100% on this, but if we're thinking in terms of just getting it from the police station to the prosecutor's office, then Edgeworth would have done it himself without realizing there was a dead body in his trunk. So that would be how the body got from the police. I still don't know how it got from the evidence room to the car. Maybe. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. A parking stub? Miles Edgeworth. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Okay, so I guess we're right on that. But that doesn't explain how it got in the trunk in the first place. I think it's obvious. The body was moved by that car. Apparently so. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait. Even you know I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me, why? I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. But how did it get in the trunk in the first place? Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Triple gavel. Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. Look at this photograph. This was not a photo of the body? This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. There's a typo right there. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? Do I have any concrete proof? I mean, we haven't shown that cloth yet. Would the cloth do that? No, the cloth doesn't prove anything because it's Emma Sky's on there, though. I don't... I mean, usually in this case, I'm really racking my brain on this. I don't think we have proof. I really don't. Usually in these situations, you don't say no or you say move on. But in this situation, I can't think of anything we have proof for. Which means we have to say I have no proof yet. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Huh. See, Yaji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Yaji, I'll leave the rest to you. Did we screw up somehow? Did we get the bad ending? I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Objection! Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth. We can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. Defense calls forth Lana Sky. Take that! The defendant? Ms. Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. Oh my gosh, another recess? Holy Lord, this is taking forever. In 15 minutes, we'll reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. I see. February 25th, 2:04 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Oh, yes, Gant, tell everyone you blackmailing Lana. This will be a marvelous plan, exactly. Dude is blatantly threatening her in a courtroom. Exactly. I believe that's illegal. That's got to be illegal somewhere, right? That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. You mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How's it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma! Are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. I think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. I would like the universe to be aware of how giddy I was at the thought of Gumshoe being Wright's next sidekick. But that's not the case. This is the one-time deal. And she did it all, just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she'd change. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. You sadly judged Pearl more harsh than she deserved as a result. What Pearl? What's... You didn't like Pearl Faye? Little Pearly? Little Pearly Q? How could you? She's a child, Marth-chan. She's just a child, and we haven't even met her because she's in the sequel. I'm not mad at you, Marth-chan. I'm just disappointed. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. To be continued, or to be almost content. That's right. Can we save the game? Thank you. Saving, don't turn off your PC. Trial Ladder 2. Holy Lord. This thing is so long. You warmed up to her pretty quickly, though? All right. I accept your apology. Just joking. I'm just joking. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 9. Now then. Will the defendant, Ms. Lana Skye, please take the stand? Ms. Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Ms. Skye. At least Gumshoe's more infrequently in the investigation spin-offs. Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's true. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Okay. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks... Let's try that again. I've been talking for 4.5 hours now. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Gant in the fabrication. All right, so let's start pressing. Worked alongside Gant for years. How many years exactly? 2? Oh, no, longer than that because she was a detective for it. That's right. Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why there's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... Actually, I just realized I haven't read... Hold on, let me look at something here real quick. We haven't checked this out. For Miss Guy explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Rules for submitting evidence. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay. That's gotta come into play sooner or later. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. All by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana, so that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You, of all people, should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but... maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you plant the knife? Well, why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Skye fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. But does the tip match the... I don't think we don't have the tip in our things, do we? Huh. we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. My only motivation was to get Dark. I see that. I think Drake for some reason. I flipped the A and the R. Was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. It looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Yet for years, there's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago by myself. I broke off the tip, planted to, then moved the body. Would that have done anything? Oh, we could ask her why she moved the body, because when we press her on this, there were 2 questions. That's right. You planted the tip and you did the thing? Why did you do the other one? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't at me. I asked for sake of us. Why did you move the body? Yes. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. It said Emma on it? Pieces of the jar, you mean... Yes. That wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would have been clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Well, wait a minute. No, wait, that doesn't... Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Whoa. Nope, I didn't mean to... Hold on. We got to go through all this again. Hold on, sorry. When you're desperate to decide if really she's lying in any case, the prosecutor... No, my sister isn't. There's no way to... Blah, 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 blah. Hold on. I pressed the wrong button. Broke off the tip. Threatened my plan. That doesn't make any sense because it could only have been written on there before the whole thing got shattered. You couldn't write Emma on a completely shattered jar. So it's backwards. It's gotta be. That's what I thought. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. Yes. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Duh. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order. Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth toward which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. I don't think she wants to continue her testimony, though. Yeah, I would have to say so, yeah. She seems awfully reticent. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. You didn't get them all because there was one in, there's one in the safe, one piece in the safe, so I think that's a contradiction right there, I'm guessing. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. Oh, pardon me. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Yeah, I think this one's pretty slam-dunky. I immediately noticed the blood traces in the jar, but it was dark inside the room. Safe wipe away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Let's just press just to make sure. I think this is the problem. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol whenever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. No, you didn't. There was a piece inside the safe. I think it was wiping clean. Go back. Sure, I got them all. Yeah. I pressed the wrong button again. Hold on, my bad. I carry a bottle, and then there's the last piece. Present. Not the safe. We'll have to present the jar. Yeah, because you missed a piece. It's a pretty large piece. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? Were you not here during the entire part of today's trial in which it was painfully obvious? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. She missed a piece. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. Aha! That would explain why he had triple gap. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. Hey. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Yeah. No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar, and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterward, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Insert random breakdown? Exactly. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Ooh. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their client. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. What? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Whoop, hold on. Another pop. Get off of there. Get off of there. There we go. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right? The witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. The book? What, to me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. We got that book, though. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? Yes, she did. I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture there somewhere. Okay. Well, let's check the book. If we rotate it, there's a very cute little thing in the back here. Oh, snap, look at that. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Lana's picture, crime scene photo from the case 2 years ago taken. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest. Could that be? It could be. It could be the, that piece of cloth. The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? And it's got Emma Sky's fingerprints on it. This is the handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whosever finger... Who's that? Who? I'm looking at it like, whosever? Like, what's whosever? Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? Those fingerprints. They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know what to really press on here, to be honest with you. Do we present the book? I mean, if we show that thing, we'll say that Emma is the killer. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Huh. Okay, I guess we're just going to have to go with it. We're going to have to press everything. I'm literally trying to think. Right. Oh, what the hell? No wonder I was freaking out. Like, oh, am I supposed to do that? Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. She can't. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Gah. Super Saiyan! Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Rhino? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Oh, it's that cloth. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I gotta think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. All right, so let's see here. Oh boy, this moment. I know, I'm trying to... So... Gotta think about the two rules of evidence things. Let's see. So obviously, Gant held on to that because it's got Emma's fingerprint on it to prove that she pushed him into the sword. Let's see. Wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. Let me look at something real quick. We saw that vest. We got that picture. Wait a minute. Wait, there's a problem here. There's a problem because look at all that blood. Wouldn't the blood have gotten on that cutout part too? But there was no blood on that little piece of cloth. Just the fingerprints. So why is there no blood on that? I mean, the only reason there would be no blood is if it got cut out before he got stabbed. Right? I think. So I think what we can do... Hold on. I mean, I gotta put all this together here. So I think what we can do is we can show the evidence. They're gonna say, well, whose prints are these? We'll show it's Emma's. Everyone's gonna flip out. But then there's a contradiction automatically right there because where's the blood? So that would prove that Emma did push Neil, but not into the sword. Because if that were the case, then there would be blood on it because there's blood on the vest already. I think that's what we're going with here. All right, so let's do it. Show evidence. Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence. All right, the time's finally come to show. Okay, I think I've layered it properly. Because I mean, like, she could have still pushed him, and the fingerprint down there, but then she would have pushed him into the sword, but then the blood. But then there's no. Then there would be blood on there with her fingerprints, but there's no blood. So when she pushed him, she didn't push him into the sword. Those prints have got to be the Chief's. Yeah, they're not the... here, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. No, but it is going to show something. It's a piece of leather cloth? Yes. It most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on these? I'm sure Rido was checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's. What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See, I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? Well done, you've achieved the bad ending. What? Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. What? I achieved the bad ending? You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No. But that's the only piece of evidence that we have. It appears we have our killer. No. But there's that problem with the blood, though. You gotta be kidding me. Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana was found guilty and all. Oh no, you gotta be kidding me. I gotta go through all that again? No. No. I gotta go through all that again? Oh no. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Gant's plan was to prevent that evidence at that exact moment. Oh, I fell right into his trap. I fell for Gant's trap card. Oh, all right. Well, we're going to have to... You got to be kidding me. We're going to have to go through all this. Oh, my gosh. All right, we're going to do this, like, super quick. Take the stand. Sure, you know the passage. That's the bobbity-bobbity-boo. That's what you've said. Everything Hinton says, but you got the only chance. Word alongside, no flan. I didn't do that. What is up about it? Sibbly bobbly boo. All right, we gotta bounce through this first really, really quick. But Lana, no. Choose for. Defense may now present the blah blah blah. Oh, we need to press just the one particular thing. There is what we need to press to get both things here. So you're just all by yourself? Yes. By telling us how you did, seems I was the first person to discover. What? Skadoosh. Reality is blah 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 blah. How did I screw that up? That's not how it went down. She's just protecting you. So when you find out, this is what it boils down to. I broke off the tip planet, and that's what we need to press on. I'm sorry, we did the wrong thing. You planted all that nonsense? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should have not done that. Why did you move the body? Why did you move it there? Because that is simple. So have to explain in more detail. Piece of the jar. Okay, so we can present the jar. Got it. I understand how you feel. You committed, but you did the thing, and that's not because you did the pieces still in the safe, and you effed that up. It's a simple oversight. You didn't get all the pieces. What kind of detective would you be to know that all the pieces were there? That's ridiculous. Phoenix Wright on crack. We're bopping through everything. Jar and message in blood. Okay. Now we're going to bounce through this. You didn't get all the fragments, so we're going to present the jar again. You mean you wiped away? Yeah, very well. Begin your examination. There's a path I have to thread. I mean, I think what I have to do is say that I can't present evidence. So it's dark. Be safe, wipe away the blood. I'm sure you got them all. You did not, because we found the other thing in the safe. Miss Sky, you forgot that you couldn't find all the things. There was still blood on it, but the witness. Yes, but you, Chief Gant. Triple gavel. Look. Have you forgotten? There's no way that happened. All the objections. Well, Your Honor, I'm not on trial. I love the judge's reaction. It's like, wait a minute, hold on, I'm not on trial. I don't have to react crazy. Proceeded to break the jar and purposely hide fabrication of evidence. Determined to do the thing. The reason why is because she's biting her thumb. Please, sis, stop trying to bite your thumb. No, you don't understand. My thumb is delicious. Foul lies. You know, the jar rotation thing over again. I know, right? Holy Lord, that would be crazy. We're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap, so we are still in Gant's trap. Foul lies. Miss Sky, testify one more time. If evidence was fabricated, you don't know diddly-do. Cross-examination. There's a possibility that you could F this up, so don't screw up again. Let's testify one more time. Actual crime scene. Bumpy bump ba ba. I saw that's why I had Chief Camp. It's all fabricated. Now I'm trying to remember what I need to do for this one. Oh yeah, the law book. That's right. I gotta look at the law book. Actually, I do. I gave it to Mr. Wright this morning. That's right. I gave Mr. Wright a picture that I shouldn't have. Let's check the evidence again. Let's go back to that. Check it. Right reasoning, wrong choice. I know, right? To be honest, I had that bad ending comment just at the ready. Thanks, Aware Hyperware. I appreciate that. That is awesome. Look at that. Now we got the real thing there. Hey, at least I figured out the vest thing right away. I figured there's got to be a problem there. So we can't present it just yet. So we have to find the right time to present it. So I'm thinking what has to happen is we need to get someone to unwittingly say that that piece of cloth should be admitted as evidence. Thereby, then we can admit it as evidence, thereby allowing the rules of the law stuff to go through. So that's where I screwed up. That's where I screwed up. I've got to somehow get someone to say, yes, we should admit that cloth as evidence. And they say, skadoosh, and then I have it. And they're like, but this proves like, but you said that we could do this. So I think that's where I screwed up. Okay, I got it. Okay. Lots of pictures inserted. The cloth we found shows that Emma's fingerprints are on it. And that's no bueno. The cloth, the fingerprints. They're yours, Emma. Exactly. Yeah, I think I got it right. So we've got to do like a Few Good Men with, we got to be Tom Cruise, and I'm assuming Damon Gant has got to be Jack Nicholson on this. We've got to get him to screw up on the stand. So I assume he's going to come back at this point. Defense will now begin its cross-examination. We need to... what is it I have? Oh, that's right. We go into this. That's right. Come now, Archie. This is the poorest excuse for a trial. Zippity-bobbity-boo. Objection. Afraid it's too late. You decline to testify. That means you suck. You're also a murderer. Quickest Super Saiyan ever. Sorry to disappoint you. I don't have to do statements. The evidence will do it for me. You still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Oh, so yeah, I was saying. He was baiting me into showing the evidence. Well, I mean, you do have something to show us, right? Something that proves that blah, 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 blah. Is this true? Are you holding out on me? You and your blue suit and your spiky hair? Mr. Wright, if you have more evidence, if you try to conceal anything, you will be appeared. If I do now, I better think this through carefully. Should I present that piece of evidence? Here we are. Now we're back. Cannot show evidence. Now we're going to go normal speed. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. Oh, he's gonna tell me that there's a piece of cloth right there. So since he testified about it, we cannot present it. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. Look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. But now that he's brought it up, we can now bring it into evidence now. Impressive. So we basically pulled like a Columbo and tripped him up on his own words. To be honest, I didn't think he had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid two pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I was about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What did it take me for, fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off of all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you're hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. And when he admits it, we can now admit it in court. Yes, I admit it, and now we're good. That's where I screwed up. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. That's true, and the way that we worded it, we get away with it because we could not present it, because it was not relevant, because... Oh, we used the rules to our advantage. Oh, look at that. Foolish move, Rhino. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Now we can show the evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. All right, then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let's show the, what am I doing? Sorry, my bad. Whew, I thought for a second I screwed that up. Now we can present this. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. There's handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Rido had all this time to present this evidence. And he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Now we have to show it's Emma Skye. But we're still okay. Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is Emma Skye, age 16, high school junior and self-styled scientific investigator. Emma Skye? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma, but why didn't you tell me? Triple gavel. Oh, you're really something, Rido. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster. Miss Skye, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't? No. It's all good. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Now into this trial, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, what, the stream's going weird? Hold on, let me take a look here. I mean, the stream looks okay to me. I mean, I'm behind by a little bit, but oh, okay, it must be on your. Okay, oh no, actually, it is buffering. Hold on. Yeah, it is buffering. Yeah, hold on. What is going on? Why is it buffering now? But why is it I had to check on my phone because I keep that there we go. I think we're back to normal now. Yeah, it's back. Yeah, I looked at that right now. Why was it doing that? I don't know why I did that, but okay, now it's doing it again. Well, this is horrible. I don't know if you can hear me or not. We're almost near the end. I don't know why it's doing it. It's too early for the gray. Yeah, usually the internet doesn't get weird until like 8 o'clock at night. But like not on the weekends. Oh, and we're so close to the end, I can tell. We're just at the climax of everything. Yeah, for some reason the bit rate is super low. Like I was doing the bit rate at least it was at least 4,500, and now it's at like 1,000. Let me just see if what's going on here. Oh, well, now I'm buffering. Yeah, the audio is fine. Okay, well, good to know that the audio is fine. My download speed is fine. It's the upload that apparently is having some problems. So I'm just doing a quick... Oh, yeah, it's the... yeah. My download speed is fantastic, but my upload speed is horrendous. It's doing that nonsense. Okay, why is it doing that? So maybe once everything's back to normal, I'll probably have to edit this, to be honest with you. Do we try and wait it out? Yes, we're almost near the end. I'm not gonna play 20 minutes of Phoenix Wright on Saturday. We're gonna wait here. It's back. I do see it's back. It's still saying that the stream status is poor. Yep, and it just went back to gray again. Boo. All right. Well, let's at least play some music in the background while we're waiting. Yeah. This is something that I have had a problem with on my regular internet. Here, I live in an apartment, so we gray screening, and yeah. So here's the thing. We're gonna peel back the curtain here a little bit. Am I seeing sharp fluctuations? No, it's my upload speed. It's the problem is that I have gigabit internet, right? And the problem is apparently everyone else in my apartment building also has gigabit internet. And at night, now normally if I'm just looking at, say, like just watching a YouTube video, or if I'm just like regularly on the internet checking email, I don't notice anything. But if I attempt to stream at night, like around 8 o'clock to 8:30, what you just saw happens. Because apparently everyone is using the internet at the same time, and it causes my upload speed to go to a crawl, to the point where I can't upload video to YouTube, or if I stream on Twitch, to Twitch. Subsequently, you see what you just saw with the gray and everything, and it looks weird. It's very frustrating. It's caused me to not stream on Twitch for quite some time, because by the time I get home from work and I, do some... Okay, now we're on excellent condition. Okay. So it seems like we're back to normal now. But anyway, that's an issue that seems to come up with my internet. And now it's back to poor. Now it's back to poor. It was doing well, now it is not doing well. Ooh, and we're like 5 hours in. We're so close to the end. Because I'm sure I don't know how long it's going to take, but we're going to have to... Gant's going to confess, and then there's going to be whole epilogue stuff where, like, no, you're okay. No, you're okay. We're the best. And then there'll be like, whatever. It's saying it's good. I'm going to attempt to continue moving forward. So we're going to keep going. By all means, let me know if it starts getting wibbly-wobbly again. Okay, so before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Because I can't see that the stream is bad as well. One thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. Yeah, I can see how much it looks like I'm streaming at a decent enough rate now, so we'll see what happens. What? A contradiction? Which you already admitted, it's this fact that there's no blood. What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Triple gavel. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. And it's going to be the picture, which shows blood everywhere, but no blood on that cloth. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. Take a look at this photograph. See where the piece of vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all that blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth has no blood. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah! He's about to go Super Saiyan. Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Ms. Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Ugh. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And made Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. Whoa, he's going Super Saiyan. It's finally all over. Yeah, it seems to have all cleared up now. It's still fluctuating, but not as badly as it was before. So we should be able to get through to the end of this here. Objection? Who is objecting? Oh, he's objecting? Oh, that was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Oh, it is not, because we waited the right time. Order. Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Rhino here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Rhino? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. I can present. That's the relevant piece right there. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Oh. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? true, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not illegally conceal it. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal! No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, Wadji, don't listen to him. Lies. He's nothing but a coward. He can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. This is the book that we have right here. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? You would think everyone else in the courtroom would know about evidence law. I mean, he's a judge. Oh, yes, the exact word. Yeah, it's the exact wording. It's I have no evidence that I can present at this time. He couldn't present it. But then when Gant said, "Man, cloth, you got the cloth," then he could present it because Gant brought it up. I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. As chief of police, yes. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. You gonna go Super Saiyan again? Oh, he go crazy. Looks like we got in time for the most epic breakdown. So satisfying, exactly. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes being committed every day, yet he insists on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you got to help me. Goodman turned him down as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. And all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Skye involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it, and also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah, it looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I gotta hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are long gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes, first, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. I love how they keep conflating forging evidence and unknowingly presenting it. I know, right? Of course, it's interesting in Apollo Justice when Phoenix Wright presents forged evidence as well. The first thing I thought of with all this forged evidence stuff was the Apollo Justice game where Phoenix Wright presents forged evidence too. How about that? You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. I don't know. He's got to be near the top already. He's handled some pretty incredible cases. Miss Sky. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examination is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Wow, this trial has gone on far too long already. I should say so. We are 5+ hours into this stream. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Do it! Not guilty. Confetti time. Boom. That is all. This court is adjourned. Now it's time for some epilogue. February 25th, 5:03, District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Well done, everyone. We did it. Let's see here. Let me turn that off real quick, and then we will finish this off here. Skadoosh. Glad I came near the end. Yeah, that was a crazy trial. Holy Lord. Can you imagine trying to write all this and writing it intricately so that one path gets you there? At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Which Ace Attorney games have I not played? I've played this one, but not this case. I've played the sequel. I've not played the third one, which I do own because this is Ace Attorney Trilogy. So the third one I didn't play. I've played Apollo Justice because it has Clavier Gavin, who is my favorite prosecutor of all time. Who doesn't like a rock star and a prosecutor at the same time? I need to see you to play the second one and meet Pearl. I've played the second one. I've met Pearl. It's the third one I've not played. I've not played the third one. Guys was solving the stupid jar puzzle hours before I did. I mean, it just seemed like it was like right around where I needed to be. Oh, you did play? Yeah, I played this. Yeah, I totally played the second one. Yeah, where you meet Pearl. Yeah. In the first case, in the opening with Winston Payne, you get knocked on the head and you get unconscious, then you wake up with amnesia and you don't know who you are. So that's how they justify you relearning everything on how to do a trial. Yeah, it's that. It's the policewoman that's on trial, Maggie something or other. I can't think of her name, but yeah. And then you go to and that's where you learn the locks. There's like the lock system where you have to confront pieces of evidence, and then like the locks break apart, and you break enough locks, and then you learn the real truth. And then the whole reveal at the end about your client, Matt on Guard, which I will not reveal in case random person happens to be watching this and has never played the sequel. But yeah, it's the third one I've not played. I've not played the Miles Edgeworth ones because I always thought that those, I mean, it's not the same kind of thing. It looks more like a regular, like side-scrolly kind of weird. So I've not played those, but yeah, the third one is the only one that I've not played. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth, there's like it was nothing. You've suffered every much society over the past few days. You've done well. Justice for All is finally he's one of the best, while the second is underrated. That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. Yeah, the Apollo Justice one. Yes, that I think we will definitely play in the future at some point. Justice for All. That's Apollo Justice. Justice for All. That's the name of the game, Ratchan. The Apollo Justice one that you didn't like playing because it wasn't Phoenix Wright. It's called Apollo Justice, Justice for All. I think I have it on my phone, actually, still, now that I think about it. Let me just check real quick. Do I still have it on there, or did I take it off? Oh, I think I took it off, okay. I had it at one point. Probably just have to re-download it. Problem is, I don't think Apollo Justice is on Steam, so I don't know how I would play that. The final case in the second game was on favor with Von Karma with the whip. Well, she whips all of them because she gets ticked off that you know, caught her dad. Francisca Von Karma is pretty cool. And then Edgeworth comes out of nowhere at the end, like, boom, to, you know, save the day, everything. You know, I did my best, too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Are you serious? Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Are you serious? What is with you? Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Oh, Jeff, you not the Apollo. I thought it was Apollo Justice, Justice for All. Isn't that the name of the the Apollo Justice game? Hold on. What's the epithet of? Oh, is it really just Apollo Justice Ace Attorney? Oh, I thought it was Apollo Justice, Justice for All. Okay. I have played Apollo Justice. Okay. You meet Phoenix Wright's daughter. You meet all the stuff. I remember that one. I give that one another shot, and that's Apollo Justice. Yeah, I swore it was Apollo Justice, Justice for All. My bad. My bad. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Make a detective run around while on duty. And top it all off, you caught me here. I've seen happier people. This is the third time you've brought this up now. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Aha. Lana. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me go. I always wanted, because, like, look, I've watched tons of anime. Actually, that's how I got into fandom in the first place, was through anime. I've even run anime conventions. I would love to know what it is in Japanese media, be it anime or this. There's always that part where the other person, they're like, they just say the name and like ... That's like in everything. I don't understand why the Japanese, you only see them in Japan, like no, like Lana. Like that kind of, like, I don't understand why they've done that. I don't. I just put that out there. I don't understand what that is, but it seems to be in anime and stuff like this all the time. All the time. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought that I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Creates tension, I guess, but it just seems like an interesting way, like it's like consistent, like they always do that. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Like right here, like, sis, like that. Like, nobody talks like that. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Oh, is there going to be a big hug? Oh, we're getting the big hug. Putting that soft filter on there to make it look nice. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Like how I got the bad ending on this game originally. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because we want to get the good ending at the end of it. Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. This sounds like some corporate speak right here. Wholesome, exactly. Totally wholesome. Even though she wrongfully imprisoned people and convicted them of crimes they didn't commit by forging evidence for 2 years, still totally wholesome. Totally wholesome. You realize that, like, you're going to have to go back through 2 years of crimes and, like, go through all of them now to see. You realize how much of a mess that's going to cause? But, of course, none of that matters because the sisters made up. And we put the nice soft filter on it to make it look nice. There's some little light things on the side. It's all wholesome. It's totally wholesome. You know, people in jail that might not be in, shouldn't be in jail. They've been in jail for upwards of 2 years. But you know what? It's all good. It's all good because we got the wholesome ending. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. I don't think so. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Okay. I want him. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Hashtag so awkward. I can't feel feelings. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth, say well, again, Mr. Edgeworth, nobody talks like that. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring him down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. I mean, Manfred is not the best adopted father figure to have. That is very true. I have a feeling Manfred von Karma might have had something to do with his twisted upbringing. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Well, it would have been the list, right? Because we each had half of it. Because he had half and I had half, but working together, we put the whole list together. It's got to be that, right? That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't want to smile. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, once again, I don't know if you'll excuse me. I need to go emo and brew off in the corner somewhere. The book! There's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? I'm going to Disney World. Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. Oh, snap. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Dun, dun, dun. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Oh, there's that soft filter in black and white now. That makes it classy. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Even though she's probably going to go to jail for a decent amount of time. For ruining people's lives for upwards of 2 years. But none of that matters. Because we have the wholesome ending. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go checking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, do you think I go to Florida with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Uh-huh. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go pay the bribe off. What is going on? Yeah, I object too. Oh, snap. It's time for some credits. I don't know if anything happens after the credits or not, but, so that's it. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Wow, we're getting close to 6 hours of streaming here. Holy moly. And that was on day 3 of the trial. Good Lord, how long was this trial? This trial was like as long as a game. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Boom, boom. So I think before we post this, I will do a quick edit of it, just so you don't have to sit through, in case anyone ever watches this again. You probably, assuming I did edit it, you probably have no idea what I'm talking about, or you notice there was a jump near the end. You're like, what happened? My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. We'll cut out the part where my internet went. I gotta go eat dinner. If you're gone before I get back, have an awesome night. I probably will be. I'm waiting until we're done with the credits and then we're gonna pop off. Oh, it's our favorite person in the whole world. Ooh, ooh. By the way, he has a belt on, but he's not wearing any clothes. Why do you have a belt on? Watching the denouement. Phoenix Wright went on to have a successful career, except when he had to leave and tried to create the jury system. What is it? Can't you see him having a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Starr managed to sneak this into me. She's seen one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Oh, buzz off, spawn of Satan? What? What are you talking about? Is there a little, you have a little insect flying around you? Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layers are sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. You'd think she'd get her job back considering everything that happened. Oh, the Blue Badger? Oh, buzz off, spawn of Satan. Okay, got it. It's like, what are you talking about? Oh, we're on the localization, so we're near the end of the credits. Oh, Judge, I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh, no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. And that man's a judge. That is a judge. Translation bound global solutions. Yoko Muto, Alexander Smith, and Phil Sidoni. Hey, Maya! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. See you in the sequel! Special thanks to these people. Kimio Yamazo. We guess we don't get to say who their names are because it happened so quickly. Boom, boom. So, Hyper Awareness's channel, what is with your name? Like, do you have a channel that's hyper aware? Is that what's going on? Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Oh, yeah. Yeah, about that. He ain't gonna be around for a while. The producer. Tatsuya Minami. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Yeah, I can't believe you're going to Europe on a train. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. You think you'd be at the airport. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Is there a little dedication in there? Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that picture. That's a nice little picture. Look at that. So wholesome. Capcom. Achievement unlocked. Rise from the ashes. We got the Steam achievement, which is really what all this is about. Let's be honest with ourselves. And I assume it's just going to go back to the title screen. Well, we started the channel for Roblox, where I uploaded videos in various games. Ah, okay. Got it. Interesting. Interesting. I do have my own personal channel, but this particular channel, Worldcon 2021, we are the 2021 Worldcon. I am the head of outreach. So we're we're making content for this, which I will be doing for the next 10 months or so. I lost the motivation to upload. Safe to say for my last uploaded video. Oh, okay. Got it. Well, let's exit this game. Exit the game, yes. So we've completed it. So now the question comes. What are we going to play on Saturday? I've got a whole week to figure it out. There are some choices that have been brought up to my attention. I will consider them all. But like I said, I am still planning on doing Cyberpunk 2077, and that comes out now on December 10th. So we've got a couple weeks. Also, as a programming note, on Thanksgiving week, American Thanksgiving weekend, I will not be streaming, as I will not be here where I live in Orlando, Florida. I am instead traveling to see my parents so that we can spend Thanksgiving together. Now, of course, if the world blows up, or if everything goes back on lockdown between now and then, which you never know. I mean, in 2 weeks, who knows what can happen? Then I won't be going. I won't be traveling, and in which case I will probably be streaming. But we'll find out in 2 weeks. But until then, suffice to say, so the 28th and 29th of November, I will not be streaming. So we've basically got 2 weekends that we can play something. So that's going to factor it in, because on December 12th is when we'll start doing Cyberpunk 2077. So until then, I've got to figure out, there's something I can play for 4 days for a certain number of hours. So I'll have to look around, see what I've got. See if I can find maybe a shortish kind of game that won't take too long, maybe 15 hours or so. That might do it. So I will have my work cut out for me. But until then, thanks for sticking with us for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Definitely one of my favorite visual novel games of all time. Fantastic story, excellent story. Love the plot. It's a little harebrained, but you just kind of put your brain over the side, enjoy it for what it is. Fantastic. At some point, I think we might do another one of these. We might do the sequel, or we might do Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Maybe. I don't know. Not sure. But we're not have to worry about that now. So for now, have yourself a fantastic rest of your weekend, and I will see you next week, Saturday, 1 p.m., playing... I don't know. I'll figure it out, though. Until then, bye-bye.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.